My brother's son.
Your brother's son. And do you have any other siblings?
Yes, I do. I did have two sisters along with the brother.
Okay. And who raised you and your siblings?
I'm sorry.
Who raised you and your siblings?
My mother and my stepdad, but the three other siblings were mainly raised with their paternal grandmother for a while until I was born, and we went with my stepdad.
Okay. And why were they with your maternal?
With the paternal?
Grandmother.
My mother was an alcoholic, and she just didn't want them. The only thing I can think of.
And when did your siblings end up leaving home?
My oldest sister left at 16. My brother left at 13, and my other sister left at 15.
So, tell me about your brother, Terry Horner Sr.
Tell you about Terry?
Tell me about Terry, yeah.
Terry left home at 13, and he started doing drugs at that time. He has spent about 90% of his adult life in prison. He molested me when I was younger. He threatened to kill me 3 different times, and he was not a very nice person. He beat my mother and stole money from her as well.
Did he ever steal from other family members?
Yes, from what I understand, he's stolen from both of my sisters. My ex-father-in-law was nice enough to give Terry a job, and he repaid him by coming back into the building that night and stealing all of the money and weapons that was in the building.
As an adult, did Terry ever live on your mother's property?
Yes, he did. We thought he had finally straightened his life out, and Mom gave him the Airstream that was on the property so that she could maintain her independence and he could maintain his.
And when you saw it, what were his living conditions like?
It was horrible. He had, a lot of drug users, especially Terry. Whenever they would get high, they would take stuff apart like coffee makers and microwaves and whatever else they could, and couldn't put it back together. When Mom passed, I hired someone to clean up the backyard because he had left it. Stuff was everywhere. And they found buckets, 5-gallon buckets of poop, because Terry wouldn't come in the house to use the bathroom.
Now, I know what an Airstream is, but can you tell?
Oh, I'm sorry. Airstream RV is a bumper pull trailer.
And did Terry ever, as an adult, live on your sister's property?
Yes, he lived on my oldest sister's property, and he lived in the garage, and then eventually he got a small bumper pull, and it was a gorgeous house, but in the backyard there was so much stuff: air conditioner parts, cars, boats. You name it, it was back there. He would just bring stuff home.
Now, what did your brother do for a living?
Steel. He could weld, but, sorry, I'm bluntly honest here. He could weld, a darn good welder, but because he was into drugs, he couldn't keep a job, so he would just steal whatever.
Now, do you have other family members that have substance abuse issues?
Yes, I do. My oldest sister was prescription drugs. my mother was a prescription drug. Tanner, from what I understand, was or is. We've got other nephews from my oldest sister. Two of the nephews and one of the nieces were substance abuse users.
Can you tell me about your mother?
Mom got married, I believe, at 16 the first time. She had 3 children by her first husband. And she got a divorce, and the 3 children, she dropped them off at Edna Gladney Adoption. Didn't tell anybody she did that. And she married my dad. They were together 18 months. I think I was an oops. And when she was a barmaid most of her life, and she worked dry cleaning. And she was, like I said, an alcoholic. I was born early. Looking back, I'm pretty sure a lot of my problems are due to her being an alcoholic. Whenever she married her 3rd husband, the 3 children that she dropped off at Edna Gladney, their paternal grandmother found out about them, went and picked them up, and she raised them for a while in Pentecostal church. Their beds were church pews, from what I understand. Then she got them all back. And
Was your mother ever abusive towards the children, you and your siblings?
she was emotionally and verbally abusive to all 4 of us. If the 4 of us was getting along as adults, she had to pit one against the other. And there would be so much drama. I eventually, whenever my mother passed, I cut ties with all of them. I don't do drugs. I have an occasional drink. I can't stand drama. It will, yeah. That's me up.
Did your mother suffer from a mental illness?
Yes, she did. She was bipolar. She had severe anxiety. She had depression, and doing the alcohol and mixing all of her prescription with all of that was not really a good thing.
What about other members of the Horner family? Are you aware of any mental illness?
I'm not entirely sure. My oldest sister, I do believe she had some because of the way that she would do the prescription drugs. She wouldn't take her heart medicine or her diabetes medicine. Well, she liked that Xanax. She would melt it in a spoon of water and take it that way.
What about when Terry and Melissa Horner were together? Were you around them?
I was around. I didn't see them much. I think I saw them together maybe 5 times. I saw Tanner probably 3 times in his life, if not 4.
And what was Terry like around that time?
Stoned all the time. Him and Melissa both were always stoned. So their house was horrible. There was trash everywhere. It seemed like wherever Terry went, he had to bring a bunch of junk. There was a bunch of trash. I don't know how people live in that.
And do you know how they met?
Terry met Melissa in a strip joint, from what I understand.
And do you know where they were working at that time? Was Terry working there?
I honestly don't know.
Okay. And you said you were around Tanner Horner 3 or 4 times. Was some of that when he was young?
Yes.
And who raised Tanner?
His maternal grandmother did.
Did you ever babysit Tanner?
I did twice.
Okay, and do you remember about what age that was?
He was a baby the first time, and he was about 5, maybe 6 the second time.
Can you describe what he was like at those ages?
He cried a lot. It was like nothing you could do could stop. You could change his diaper, you could hold him, you could put him to sleep. At 5, it was like he wore his heart on his sleeve, and saying that, you could go, don't do that, and he would just cry. And he went to run out to the street, and I grabbed him and I swatted him on his butt like that, and you would have thought I'd beat the tar out of him. He was crying and hiccuping, and we were at my ex-mother-in-law, and he looked at her and he said, she made me cry. And he just kept crying. I didn't know what to do with him because my children weren't like that. And I felt bad because I couldn't get him to stop crying.
Did you get was he? So you're saying he cried a lot. You're saying that compared to other children.
Yeah.
What about talking? Did he talk a lot?
No.
Have you seen him as an adult?
I seen him one time. My brother said, "Hey, Kim, this is Tanner," and I was like, I wouldn't recognize him if I saw him on the street. That's how often we saw each other. But I mean, that was the whole conversation.
Did he stop by your house or your mother's house one time with us or something?
Yes, he had a camper at my mother's house, and I thought it was another item that my brother drug up. And Mom wanted all of the stuff cleaned out of the backyard. She wanted that camper gone. My brother said that it was only going to be there for a week, and it'd been there for like, I don't know how long, 4 or 5 months. I don't know. I didn't know it was Tanner's. So I was acting on my mom's behalf, and I started looking for people on the phone to come and pull this camper out. And I had it hauled off. I told the guy, I don't want any money. Mom wants it gone, just make it go.
And was Tanner kind of a typical Horner man or kind of different?
Like I said, I couldn't tell you. I wasn't around him that much.
Now, I'm going to show you a couple pictures here, and I don't need you to use the names, but you can just tell me who these are, like in relation to you.
This picture of my brother and my 2 sisters and myself.
Can you identify by the exhibit number?
Yes, sir. That's Defense Exhibit 66. We moved to have it admitted and published to the jury.
Have you shown it to the state?
Yeah, I've seen this one.
So you offer state Defense 66?
Exhibit 66, Your Honor.
Okay. Any objection?
Judge, if he wants to admit 67 as well, no objection to that either.
Yes, please. Let me
You move to admit
identify.
67?
I will, sir, as soon as she identifies that. Do you recognize the people in that?
Yeah, it's Tanner and my brother with a woman who has another child by him, and the 4 of us.
Defense 66 and 67 are admitted.
Your Honor, I will move to publish these and then I will pass orders.
Okay. Cross-examination? Yes, come on. Yes, please. Just make sure you stand so that the jury can see her.
Ma'am, my name is James Stanton. I don't think you and I have met before, have we?
No, sir.
Can you hear me? Are we good?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have are you able to hear low tones but not high tones? Is that you?
It's all over the place. Just long enough to your lips, I'm good.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna make sure that we can talk, okay?
Perfect.
I don't have too many questions for you, ma'am.
Okay,
If you don't understand something or you don't hear something, you let me know.
absolutely.
Okay. Ma'am, I'm looking at this and you're talking a lot about Terry, your brother.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I
And you
don't
said,
tell many people he is.
okay, I can see why. The second part of this, you said he went to a prison for a long time,
In and out.
in and out, and that was for drugs, right?
It was for a number of things. It was for theft, drugs. I believe his first wife, he was out on parole probation, I get that mixed up, and he beat her up and he went back to prison.
Okay. I didn't hear you say he had any sexual type offenses in there. Is it just drugs?
He molested me,
Right.
yes.
But other than what he
But he
in
did not go
prison,
to jail for that, no.
He didn't go to jail for that?
No.
Okay. I'm just trying to get a little clearer picture.
Understandable.
And the second thing is, you said that the extent of your knowledge on the defendant, Tanner Horner, came from the 3 times you saw him in his life, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And once when he was a baby,
Yes, sir.
once when he was 5,
Yes, sir.
and then a tiny brief conversation when he was how
grown.
old?
I don't know how old he was, I'll be honest. He was grown.
And that's the extent of your knowledge
Yes, sir.
on the defendant.
Yes, sir.
Now, ma'am, let me just ask you while we're up here, and I'm not trying to be rude, are you a felon?
Am I what?
Are you a felon? Have you
No,
been to
sir, I'm
prison?
not.
And I think you said you don't do drugs.
No, sir, I do not.
You don't, okay. Now, I noticed the defense asked you a lot about your family history.
Yes, sir.
And in your family history, it sounds like you had a pretty rough upbringing, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And I'm not going to ask you any details of that whatsoever, okay?
I'm an open book.
Well, we appreciate that, but I'm still not going to ask you.
Okay.
But it sounds like you had a pretty rough upbringing,
Yes, sir.
and including some form of inappropriate activity at the hands of your brother,
Yes, sir.
and being around your brother doing drugs,
Yes, sir.
right? And apparently being around your mom when he's doing all this stuff as well,
Yes, sir.
right? But in your life, you don't do drugs,
No, sir.
and you've never killed anybody, have you?
No, sir.
And you've never sexually assaulted or molested anybody, have you?
No, sir.
That's what it is.
Redirect.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused subject to any potential recall.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. Can I take it? Okay. Take her back there. Who do you have next?
Miss Sullivan. And Judge, maybe approach.
Yeah. That's her name. Good morning. You would raise your right hand for me. Solemnly swear or affirm testimony given this cause to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the true self to God. Okay, have a seat right here. There's a rule of evidence in effect. It says you cannot be in court unless you're testifying, and once you have testified, don't discuss your testimony with anybody else, okay? Gonna need for you to speak up.
Yes, sir.
Very good, okay. Ms. Anderson.
Miss Sullivan, how are you?
Hi. I'm all right. How are you?
I'm doing well. Are you a little nervous about being here?
Yes.
Have you ever testified before?
No.
Ever been involved with anything like this before?
Not to this.
We are not going to refer to you by your first and last name. And just for your comfort, we have made sure that your face has been blurred out by the cameras, okay?
Thank you.
Ms. Sullivan, how do you know Tanner Horner?
He is my second cousin.
How does that work?
My
Y'all fall in the family tree.
father's sister, Jackie, she's my aunt, and then his mother is my cousin, Melissa, and then Tanner would be her son.
You had mentioned Tanner's mother. How do you know her? You said she was your
She's
cousin?
my first cousin.
Did you ever, did you know Tanner as a child?
As a baby and a toddler, I babysat him.
For how long did you babysit?
It was a few months, different periods. Like, it was during the summer when I was around 10, and then the next summer when I was around 11. But then after that, I no longer babysat him.
I understand that you babysat Tanner, but did Melissa ever babysit?
Yes, she used to babysit us when we were younger for my dad, yeah.
So it sounds like a circle.
Mm-hmm, yes.
How was she as a babysitter?
She was...
Is this difficult for you?
yeah.
We can take breaks as needed, Miss Sullivan.
My cousin, she was awesome. I looked up to her a lot. She was full of life then. She was a different person back then. I met my best friend because of her. She just was full of life then, that's all I can say. She was a happy person then.
Very different from the way she is today.
I don't recognize her.
How was Melissa as a babysitter?
She was fun, exciting, loved it when she came over. She was probably one of my favorite babysitters, and we had a lot. She kept us busy. There was me and my 3 brothers, so she had her hands full. She liked to play Fly to the Moon, where she'd kick us off her feet. She would take us to the park. She'd walk us around the neighborhood. She just had so much energy.
Miss Sullivan, how old were you when you began babysitting Tanner?
I think I was around 10-ish.
At the time, did you have any babysitting experience?
No.
And when you babysat him, was it just for a few hours at a time, or for what period of time?
No, it would be the weekend. I mean, it was started when he was an infant. She had to teach me how to bottle feed him, change his diaper, things like that. I really didn't have a clue. But even the first weekend, she left me alone all weekend with an infant.
And I'm going to stop you right there for a second. You're 10 years old, taking care of an infant.
Yes,
And you're alone for the weekend.
yes. She worked all weekend.
And you spent the night over there?
Yes.
Did she ever check in with you over the weekend?
In the beginning, she would come home late at night or in the next morning. I would see her, and she would, feed us, show me what's going on for the day, what snacks, this and that. She would converse with me, and then she'd go on back to work. Yeah. It was late in the evening when she'd go to work.
Oh, okay. Do you know where she was working?
I knew it was a bar.
Do you know what kind of bar it was?
I did not know at the time.
Did you find it odd that as a 10-year-old you were being asked to take care of an infant?
Yes, it was very odd, but I also felt like, wow, she must think I'm pretty responsible, I didn't realize then, no, I really don't think I was.
So your perception today is a little different
Oh, yeah.
than it was then?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So, Ms. Sullivan, how often would you babysit Tanner?
When it was the summertime, it was pretty regular every weekend.
You said that you would spend the night over there. What was the neighborhood like where Ms. Horner lived at the
It
time?
was usually apartments, and she would always have that talk with me, because she would leave me money in case we wanted to go to the corner store and get things, and she would tell me, this isn't the safest neighborhood, you need to be careful, you need to watch your back, you need to be careful if you're going to go. She's like, I'd just rather you not go, but I understand if you want to get out, and if you want to take Tanner to the park, just please be careful. And I always would. I'd be really careful. I'd always be really nervous. you know, the community was very scary.
When Miss Horner would leave you for the weekend, would she leave you everything that you needed to take care of Tanner for the weekend?
Yes, and then some.
And then some? What do you mean by and then some?
Well, the following summer, he was more crawling around, potty trained. I would start a babysitting again for her, and this time around, I had already been dabbling with.
Well, we'll get to that in a minute.
Okay.
But did she leave you a well-stocked kitchen?
Yes.
Okay, so
Snacks, food, drinks, you know, instructions. She would leave numbers on the fridge for me to get in contact with anybody and everybody, including her. Yeah.
So basically everything that a loving parent would leave for their child.
Yes.
When you babysat with Tanner over those weekends, did you know if it was, when you first got there, if it was going to be for the night or for the weekend?
No, I knew it was for the weekend.
What kinds of things would y'all do together, you and Tanner?
Watch cartoons, play, eat, walk to the park, go to the store, lounge around.
Now, you talked about what Ms. Horner was like when she was babysitting you. What was she like when you were babysitting Tanner?
I'm not understanding.
Oh, well, we talked about, before you had said that Ms. Horner was full of life and would play games with you when she babysat you. And now you're babysitting her son. Was she still full of life at that time? Had she?
Yes, but she seemed more stressed. Didn't have time. Always gone. Always seemed stressed. Yeah, but she seemed like she was always trying. Like she was always trying to get in a good face, and you know. So she was always trying. Yeah.
At the time, could you tell if she had been, was drinking or doing drugs?
Yeah. So I'm not sure really how it came about, but eventually, yes, I did realize, yeah.
And how could you tell?
Well, basically the following summers when she wanted me to come back to start babysitting him again, and this time she was like, you know, do you want cash as payment again? And I was like, yeah. She's like, or do you want weed? And I was like, oh, well, yeah. That would be great too. So I had just gotten into that kind of area of stuff and things, and so.
How old were you at the time?
I was about 11, 12, yeah.
Now, before she started paying you with weed, she was paying you with cash. Were you well paid?
Yes.
Okay. Where was Tanner's father during all of this?
I don't know. He wasn't there. I've never met him that I know of.
Ms. Sullivan, when did you stop babysitting Tanner?
So my father, we moved in with my mom when I was 13 on the south side of Fort Worth. And then I kind of got lost in the city life and wrong crowds. And I stopped talking to them. I didn't want to babysit anymore, you know.
You had your other life
Yeah,
going on?
yeah.
Now, Ms. Sullivan, we talked about Ms. Horner as a babysitter, and we talked about her providing for you while you were babysitting her son. Based upon your observations of Ms. Horner and Tanner, do you think she was a good mom?
At the time, you mean?
We'll start at the time.
Yes, at the time, yes.
And looking back now?
She was struggling. She did her best. She tried.
Like the desire was there, but the ability not.
Yeah.
Ms. Sullivan, I want to talk to you now about Tanner, about your cousin. You said that he was an infant when you started babysitting him. So he was still in diapers?
Yes.
So you were the one that helped change his diapers and feed him and give him the bottle,
Yes.
and you helped putting him to sleep.
Hmm.
Where was he sleeping at the time? Was he in a crib or did he have his own bed?
It was a crib.
What kinds of things would y'all do together when you would babysit?
Play with all the little kid toys, watch a lot of cartoons. I would talk on the phone a lot. I was a teenager. We would go to the park. I'd walk to the store and get us snacks.
Was he an active child?
Yeah, he would have a lot of spurts of energy.
When you say spurts of energy, give us an example of what you mean by that.
Like, it's hard to explain. So my brother has ADHD, and he would get extremely hyper and excited. It was kind of like that, but as a little infant, if that makes, like a toddler, if that makes sense. But he would run around fast, speeding through, you know, and it's just a kid to me, you know.
A lot of energy.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Did you have to keep a close eye on him?
Yes.
Would he ever get into things?
Yes.
What kinds of things would he get into?
I remember a big part of it was the coins we had to keep up, put away from him. It was like a piggy bank. He would eat a lot of coins.
He would what?
Eat a lot of coins, change, and then he'd poop them out. And I just remember a bunch being in the bottom of the toilet every time I'd wipe his butt. And I always thought that was strange, and Melissa would always be like, keep the change put away. We have to keep the change up.
So how old was he at the time?
And he was able to run around, like crawl around, run around, walk around.
All right, so you had to keep the coins put away because Tanner would eat them,
Yeah, almost like an obsession.
and after he ate them, he would poop them out.
Yes.
Would he ever try to grab them after he had pooped them out?
I do not recall that, but yeah, I don't recall.
How often did this happen?
In the beginning, it was a regular basis. That's why it was such an issue, to make sure you keep the coins put away.
Were you ever concerned about him doing this?
I thought it was odd, but I also thought it was funny. I mean, I don't know, I was a kid.
And I think you told us that you had to put the coins up. Where did you have to put them?
Well, I never brought change in. And if I went to the store and got change, that's when I'd make sure they were put up high or in a bowl where he couldn't get to them.
And again, how often would this happen? That every time he saw change?
Yeah, if there was change around, it was inevitable.
And so that's why you had to take those precautions?
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Sullivan, over the years that you babysat Tanner, did you have the chance to watch his personality develop?
It was a small period of time, but yeah, a little bit.
And at some point, did you ever begin to think that he was just a little different from the other kids?
I kind of always thought he was a little different, but being so young, I just thought he was a kid.
And now being older?
Now being older, I look back and I realize he was a little different.
Oh, why do you say he was a little different?
He would have real high highs and real low lows, and sometimes he would just be in the corner by himself, And I wouldn't really know why. And, you know, now that I'm older and a parent, I look back, I'm like, oh, well, maybe he was pooping in his diaper. But at that time, everything, it was just such an extreme. He would be going and running and hyper, and then all of a sudden quiet. And I'd go in there and he's just sitting in the corner.
What was he doing in the corner?
Nothing.
Was he facing the corner or was he facing out into the room?
Usually he was facing the corner.
So he would put himself in timeout?
Kind of, yeah.
You had mentioned the word extreme. What did you mean when you said that he would have extreme highs and extreme lows?
Sometimes he'd get so hyper, it'd almost be aggressive. Like, he just, or his fits would be a little aggressive, more than I would think that it was necessary.
When you say aggressive, are you talking about aggressive towards you?
Yeah, just in general in fit throwing, like,
Did he ever try to hit you?
There may have been an occasion, but it was usually with fit throwing. It wasn't like he was intentionally hitting me, you know.
Were you afraid that he was going to hit you or kick you intentionally?
It wasn't a concern of mine because he was so little.
At any time when he had these fits, could you tell what the cause of them were?
Usually just not getting his way or particular snack or show. The real high energy just would come out of nowhere, you know.
When he had the fits, were you ever able to calm him down?
Yes, it would take a while.
What would you do to calm him down?
Sometimes I try to hold him. He didn't like that. I would try to direct his attention to something more fun or just try to distract him.
Were you ever at a point where you couldn't control him and had to call his mom?
There would be times I would call her, lots of times because, like I said, I was young. I didn't know a whole lot. So I would probably call her in the beginning really 2 or 3 times a night.
And by the time that you stopped babysitting for Tanner, did those calls become less frequent?
Yes. Yeah, near the end I wasn't calling at all for any reason. And that was usually when I wouldn't see her the whole weekend. Like I said, in the beginning she would come home late at night or the next morning checking on us. But then the following summer, as I was older and he was a little older, and we kind of got a little more routine, you know, it was easier.
Oh, Ms. Sullivan, you previously talked about some of the things that you would do while you babysat Tanner. When you were there, did you play with him more often, or did he play by himself more often?
I would say he played with himself more often.
Could you tell, based upon your observations, if that was his choice?
Usually, yes.
What would he play when he was by himself? What was he doing?
I don't recall.
That's fine if you don't. When he was playing by himself, did he seem to enjoy being by himself?
I don't know about enjoyed, but content.
Did you ever try to distract him and get his attention to maybe come back and play with you?
Yes.
Were you able to do that?
Sometimes.
What kinds of things would you do to try to get his attention?
Bring out some of his toys, you know, light up things, noisemakers, turn on a certain show, things like that.
Now, for the times that you were able to get his attention back to playing together, did that last, or would he go off by himself again?
He'd always go off by himself again.
Ms. Sullivan, I want to talk to you a little bit about Tanner's communication skills. When you were babysitting him, did you ever have difficulty trying to communicate with him?
There was no communication with us, like, not verbally.
What do you mean by that?
He was too young still, like, to really talk, you know.
And by the time that, okay, I want to back up a second. You said that you had babysat him from the time he was an infant, and how many years had you babysat?
I want to say it was about 2 consecutive summers, if I can remember correctly. Because the first summer he was an infant, and then the second summer he was crawling and, you know, kind of stumble walking.
And then I think you had a third summer where he was walking?
Well, it was during the potty training, and he was kind of walking, yeah.
Was he at all verbal with you?
Very little, very little.
Being a mother, comparing Tanner's communication skills at that age and your child's communication skills at their age, were they the same, or was one delayed?
I feel like his was delayed.
Were there times that you had difficulty understanding him when you were trying to communicate with him?
Yes, all the time.
Now, Ms. Sullivan, looking back on your time spent babysitting Tanner, did you have fun?
Yes.
And did you enjoy babysitting him?
Yes.
And why?
Because it gave me a little bit of freedom, you know, responsibility, cash in my pocket. Sometimes I'd get to see my cousin, you know.
At that time how would you describe Tanner as, would you say that he was affectionate, not affectionate, sweet kid, not a sweet kid? How would you describe him?
He was a pretty happy kid. Yeah, he was pretty good, go-lucky, happy, joyful kid, it seemed like, yeah.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Everyone may be seated. We are ready to proceed. Mr. Goldman.
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor, I passed
I'm
the
sorry,
witness.
Miss Anderson. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Yep, done, pass the witness.
Oh, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, my name is James Stainton. I'm the district attorney for Wise in Jack County. You and I have not met before today, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I'm just going to ask you a very few questions here.
Okay.
And we're going to let you get out of here, okay?
All right.
The last time you would have seen the defendant, Tanner Horner, would have been 1992?
Yeah, I would. You want me to think of years? Hold on.
Well, let me ask you a couple of questions. Maybe I can help you with that.
Okay.
You said here the last time you saw him, you were 10 or 11 years old. Is that right?
Yeah. It was about 11, 12 was last.
Hypothetically, if your birthday was in 91, right? You were
Yes.
10, 11 years old. And the last time you would have seen him, that would have been, excuse me, if your birthday was 81, you would
81.
have seen him in 92 or 93.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is that accurate?
That's about accurate. Yes, sir.
So that's the last time you physically laid eyes on him was in 1993?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that all that you did as a 10 or 11-year-old was babysitting?
Yes.
And all of your memories and things that you're being asked about today, about his communication skills, all of these other things you're asked about, that's from 1993?
Yes.
Okay. Let me ask you this. You indicated a little bit here that I think you said you had wrong place, wrong time, or associated with the wrong people at some point. Is that right?
Yes.
And I'm not going to get into that, but let me just ask you, did you ever kill anybody?
No.
Did you ever kidnap anybody?
No.
Did you ever sexually assault a child?
No.
That's a witness.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused subject to any potential recall.
Fine with the state.
Good with the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. Who do you have next?
Your Honor, Dr. Speck.
Come up, please, sir. Good morning. Remind you, you're still under oath, okay? Have a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, this witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Mr. Goldman.
Dr. Speck, I'm going to go ahead and hand you Defense Exhibit 48 and Defense Exhibit 68. Okay. And let me see if you can identify both of those.
Yes.
Mr. Goldman, I don't know if he's been actually introduced to the jury.
Go ahead and introduce yourself to the jury.
Sure. So my name's Dr. Aaron Specht. I'm an assistant professor at Purdue University with an expertise in exposure assessment and environmental health. Yes, one is my CV, and I haven't seen it printed out before. One is a report I produced for this case.
Okay, those appear to be true and accurate copies of both of those documents.
Yes.
Now we move to admit both, what were those numbers, 48 and,
What are the
48
exhibit
and-
numbers, Doctor?
48 on my CV and 68 on the report.
Any objection?
No objection, Joe.
Defense Exhibit 48 and Defense Exhibit 68 are admitted.
so now my first question will state your name. That's okay. So you said your area of expertise is medical, physics, and environmental health?
Yes, medical physics, environmental health, and exposure assessment. Yeah.
Let's back up and go through your education, please.
Okay. So I got my bachelor's degree from Purdue University in physics, and I did my PhD in medical physics in the School of Health Sciences at Purdue University. And then I did a postdoc training at Harvard T.H. John School of Public Health in environmental health and epidemiology.
And what are your areas of research?
My areas of research focus on designing instrumentation to allow us to do environmental measures easier, so looking for environmental contaminants, then applying that into different studies, epidemiological studies, looking at potential health effects associated with those environmental contaminants, and looking at the toxicokinetics and the toxicological features associated with those environmental contaminants, which is essentially just how they go through the body and how they interact.
Okay, hang on. You
Sorry.
talk real fast.
Sorry about that.
All right.
I'll slow it down a bit.
Thank you. Go ahead.
They also need the microphone.
Okay.
Yeah, pull that closer to you.
Is it this one or this
That
one?
That one. Okay.
And does that include research on X-ray fluorescence?
Yeah, so a lot of the instrumentation that I end up developing is focused primarily on X-ray fluorescence work. And so I can explain what X-ray fluorescence kind of is.
Let's come back to that in a minute
Okay.
and just get through the basics first.
Okay.
The qualification part that we always have to walk through. So let's go to what are your academic appointments right now?
So my main appointment is at Purdue University, where I'm an assistant professor. I have an appointment at the Harvard T.H. John School of Public Health. I'm a visiting scientist there, and I'm also the director of their trace metals lab. So that just means there's a bunch of people who ask questions about metals, and they don't know all that much about it themselves, so they reach out to us, and we guide them through designing the study or which measurements to make, any number of questions.
And have you published any peer-reviewed articles?
Yes, I've published about 70 different peer-reviewed articles. So a peer-reviewed article is something where I design a study and I write it up, and then I'll send it out to a journal who will send it to anonymous reviewers from the scientific community who will then judge what the merit of it is in the context of my scientific field. And then it can get accepted or rejected based off their feedback.
And generally what topics do you cover in your published articles?
So it's the same kind of topics that I do most of my research on. Environmental health, exposure assessment, designing these instruments, all of that.
And have you been asked to be a peer reviewer for any journals in your field?
Oh yeah, more than a dozen.
And are you a member of any professional societies or scholarly organizations?
Yes, so I'm a member of the Society of Toxicology, and I'm actually the vice president for the metals specialty section as part of that. I'm a member of the International Society for Trace Element Research in Humans, and I'm the secretary for the society there. I'm also a member of the Health Physics Society, the International Society for Environmental Epidemiology, and the International Society of Exposure Science.
And have you received any fellowships, research grants, awards, or things like that?
Yeah, so I have funding from the National Institutes of Health. I have some foundation funding. I have funding from the Department of War, from any number of potential federal funders, and also a slew of foundations as well.
Was one of those from the Department of Defense?
Yes, yeah, the Department of War now. But
Okay,
yes.
Department of War. And have you previously testified in court about portable XRF, that X-ray radiofluorescence
Yes.
lead measurement?
Yes, so I previously testified in the Flint water crisis trials related to the lead exposure during that case.
And besides you testifying, have other experts relied upon your findings when they were testifying in court?
Yes, they have.
Now, in that Flint water crisis case, how many people did you test for using the portable XRF for that case?
I believe we ended up testing about 12,000 people that were in the community there.
Now, what are the biomarkers for lead exposure?
So the biomarkers that are traditionally used for lead exposure would be like blood. And you probably are familiar with this. If you have kids, they would get a blood screening, and a blood lead level would be given. This is actually a fairly recent measure of what people have been exposed to, because when lead goes into your body, it actually is going to dissipate fairly quickly from blood. The blood is just a car that transports it around the rest of the body. But when it goes in your body, it looks a lot like calcium. And so that's how it does all of these bad things in the body, is it hijacks places that calcium would ordinarily go. So it will pass through the blood-brain barrier and do stuff in your brain. The blood transports it on the red blood cells, which is, normally where that would happen. And as a consequence as well, the lead will actually store primarily in bone, which is where calcium would normally store. So when it gets into the bone, 90% of the ingested lead actually will store in the bone. And then your bone's going to stay there. It's not here today and gone tomorrow. It turns over very, very, very slowly. So when we actually do a measurement, so with our device, we are able to measure bone lead levels instead of blood lead levels. And that bone lead level actually gives us a very cumulative measure of what someone's been exposed to their entire life. And that's important because, lead, it has this impact, and it's going to do something in the brain by passing the blood-brain barrier. But all of our toxicological studies and the general scientific consensus shows that those effects are irreversible. So even though we're going to monitor it with blood, and maybe that will dissipate over time, those effects are going to linger, and they're going to stay there for the rest of your life. So when we are able to do a cumulative measure of what someone's been exposed to, that is a more effective measure of what the potential health outcomes are associated with that level of exposure.
So how long would that exposure be detectable in the blood?
In the blood, it normally dissipates fairly quickly within a couple weeks. So the half-life is about 30 days. So that means if you were exposed to something 30 days ago and we measured it today, half of it would still be present in the blood. The equivalent then for bone lead would be 30 years. So if you were exposed to something 30 years ago and we measured it today, half of it would still be present in your bone.
So you mentioned, like, for the blood testing, one way to do it. How do you test for lead in blood?
You can do it a couple of different ways. They're really technical analytical chemistry techniques. So one is inductive coupled plasma mass spectrometry, which essentially you digest the blood and you send it through a plasma flame, and then it goes through this magnetic quadrupole system, and it looks for mass to charge ratios, and it identifies a given isotope of lead. The other one, which is much more commonly used because it's much cheaper, is anodic stripping voltammetry, which is, they have these little kits. They call them the lead care kits, and you can drop a piece of blood onto it and then stick it in, and it'll give you a result in about 5 minutes. And those are typically used by health departments when they do your kids' screening. That's what they'll use.
So what about bone testing for lead? How's that done?
Bone testing for lead is always done using X-ray fluorescence. The alternative is we do a bone biopsy. But with the X-ray fluorescence, we can do it non-invasively. So what we do is we have some kind of X-ray source, and we put that on the shin bone. And what it's going to do is it's going to send little X-rays into the bone, and each of those is going to interact on an atom-by-atom basis and make those atoms give off signals that are specific to whatever elements they are. And one of those elements happens to be lead, and we can go back and track it, so see how much lead is there, and then relate that to a concentration based off some normalizations we do for the particular physiology of a given person.
So you're talking about one of the elements. What are some of the other elements you might look for with that same technology?
We can look at iron and zinc and some other toxic elements like mercury, arsenic, and cadmium.
And when was that technology developed?
So we originally started doing these bone lead tests back in the 1970s. And this technology has iterated over time, and we've gotten pretty good at it. since the 1970s. We used these old devices with a radioisotope source, and we got this radioisotope source from a cyclotron that was, we had some sources in the U.S. originally, but right now the only cyclotron was based in Russia, so we can't get that one anymore. But the device itself was about 200 pounds. It used liquid nitrogen cooling for a high-pure germanium detector, and it took about 30 minutes to do a measurement.
And what about the portable XRF?
Yeah, so the current device we use is not 200 pounds. It's about 5 pounds. It looks a lot like a barcode scanner. And you can do the same kind of thing. You hold it up to the middle of the shin bone, and you're able to actually determine the elemental content of that bone. And so it's using an X-ray tube source rather than a radioisotope source. And now instead of having that huge 200 pounds of liquid nitrogen, we use a thermoelectric cooler, which is much more compact.
Your Honor, unless there's an objection, I'm just going to put my demonstrators up.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. Okay.
Okay. So you kind of described these pretty well already, but what are we looking at here?
This is the previous iteration of the X-ray fluorescence devices. So you can see the big liquid nitrogen dewar there. That's where all the liquid nitrogen is stored. The detector on the front, and then that little black dot is actually covering up the radioisotope source on the front of that. And these took about, again, 30-minute measurements. We used these pretty extensively in the 90s and early 2000s with a whole bunch of different cohort studies of lead.
And what's that?
So this is the portable XRF, the one that I use now to do bone lead measurements, and we've used it for the past 15 years or so to do that. It takes about 3 minutes to do the measurement rather than 30 minutes. Again, it has the X-ray tube source, and it's battery operated, so I can take it with me and go into the field and do measurements that way.
And do you know which model that is?
That's a Thermo Fisher XL3T Gold D Plus model.
Is this commercially available?
This is a commercially available device that is traditionally used in industrial settings like mining, but we've adapted it with our research so that we can use it for these types of settings. We basically changed software slightly so that it's able to collect and stay stagnant in a particular mode that gives us the readings we want to see for our bone lead measurements.
You said the software, so like 5 pounds, this is controlled by software, this isn't you just pushing buttons or anything?
No, so the tablet you can see on the device actually has a firmware loaded up, so it has like some kind of operating system, and you can go through and make adjustments to the system through that.
So you're adjusting the settings, you're not building something from scratch?
Correct.
Okay. And how do you get the data off of that?
So the data is stored locally on the device on a hard drive there, but you can also get it off the device using a USB cable and plugging it into a computer.
So can you, when you take your measurement, you're able to look and see what the data is on the device?
You can see the data on the device, yes, that is correct.
And are there any studies or anything to show that the portable XRF model that you've used is accurate, is as accurate as previous generations of XRF?
Oh yes, so we've done dozens of different studies looking at, human in vivo studies where we actually looked at this portable XRF versus the one on the previous slide with the huge liquid nitrogen tank. We've done studies of cadavers where we were able to actually do the measurement and then section off a piece of bone that we would then analyze using a chemistry lab. We've done this in wildlife studies and any number of different settings where we've actually validated that this device is measuring what we think it should be measuring.
Okay. Let's dumb that one down for just a little bit. So if you're wanting to know if the new thing you're trying to measure with, so you get a new plastic ruler, and you want to know if it measures the same as your old wooden ruler.
Yeah,
You're comparing what measurements you get with the wooden ruler to what you get with the plastic ruler, right?
correct.
So
Yep.
you use the old generation and said, what readings did it get? And then use the new generation and see what readings it gets. And if they're the same, that's kind of what we're talking about.
Yep, that is effectively the exact thing we're doing with this.
So like somewhere in the world, there's a rod that tells you what a meter actually length is. And every other meter stick in the world is supposed to match that.
Yes.
Okay. So, but you went further than that and you actually took cadavers, measured them with this, cut a piece of bone out of it for just in layman's terms,
Yep.
dissolved that and saw how much lead was in it and see if that matched.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
So that's how you determine that this particular model works.
Yes.
Have there been studies completed in the United States and internationally to verify how this works? That it does work?
Yeah, so I've done many studies in the U.S. At various universities, Duke University, Harvard University, Boston University, Medical University of South Carolina. I have a study actually at University of Texas, Arlington. And yeah, I have dozens of studies there. On the international stage, I've done measurements in 14 different countries, including Iraq and India and China. I've taken this with me all over the world.
Now, I put some images up of kind of different places, and this kind of just demonstrating how you actually would use it. And we're talking about the tibia bone. Is that the bone we're talking about, the front of the leg?
Yes, yeah, that would be the shin bone, yeah.
So with the portable one, I guess in that middle photo, you see with the portable one, you hold it for 3 minutes, and then the one in the background, you would actually have to be...
You'd be like strapped to the chair
30
for
minutes.
30 minutes.
Okay.
And it was very difficult in that study because we were trying to measure kids, and we watched one movie probably 300 times.
Try to get them to hold still.
Yeah.
Okay. So does the FDA approve using the model portable XRF on humans?
Yes.
And how is that done?
So it has a 510K clearance, which is essentially saying it's substantially equivalent to something of equal risk.
And is this use of the portable XRF for bone lead measurement recognized by the Center for Disease Control?
Yes. So the CDC, the Environmental Protection Agency, the NIH, they all recognize this technology. And actually, I was a subject matter expert and a reviewer for the Integrated Science Assessment of Lead, which is this huge EPA 2,000-page document that goes through all of the potential impacts of lead in the body, but also, importantly, the exposure assessment. And my role was to look at the toxicology and also measurements of bone.
Now, are you aware of other institutions that are using this same model, XRF, to do bone lead measurement in humans?
Yes, so I've listed some off before, but Duke, Harvard, Boston University, Johns Hopkins is using it for humans. These are all just for humans too. Medical University, South Carolina, Purdue University, Indiana University. I'm forgetting probably a dozen, but.
Can you give me an approximate number how many bone lead measurements have been completed with your device?
With our device alone, probably more than 60,000 measurements have been completed on humans.
And did you examine Tanner Horner?
I did.
Did you review any records in preparation for that examination?
In preparation for the examination, I did not.
Okay. Have you reviewed any records that would reveal potential sources of lead exposure for Tanner?
I believe I saw something that he had some lead paint exposure potentially. And then I heard the testimony this morning about him eating coins. That's problematic for lead exposure.
Well, let's go ahead and skip to that, and tell me about how people get exposed to lead.
Normally, people get exposed to lead through a variety of routes. You can have inhalation, ingestion, or absorption. So primarily inhalation and ingestion being the principal sources of potential exposure. If you think back into the 90s when we had lead in gasoline, we were all exposed to a lot of inhalation sources of lead as everyone was driving cars around that was putting it in the air. I'd say nowadays most of the higher sources of lead are from lead paint or ingesting lead as a kid. And again, this kind of goes hand in hand with the toxicology of it. So when a younger kid gets exposed to an amount of lead, they actually have a greater percentage of having that actually taken up in the body. So the coins went through his body, and maybe some of it came off, but most of it hopefully went through the rest of his body. But that some of it that came off was taken up in the body very, very easily because of his age, versus an adult who would have probably half the amount would actually get taken up in the body. And that goes with a lot of things, and nutritional needs and whatnot, as a growing kid.
And remember when you conducted your exam on Tanner?
I don't remember the exact date. I think it was late last year.
Okay. And was that in the Tarrant County Jail?
The one right over here, right?
Yeah.
I think that was one and the same. I walked by it this morning. I was like, oh, okay. I remember where I am.
Okay. So I assume it was easier to use the portable RF
Yes.
than
Yep.
anything else. All right. So just walk us through what you did to use that with Tanner.
Okay, so the procedure is fairly straightforward. So with the device, we power it on. We have Tanner lift up his pant leg, revealing his shin. And what we do is you set up the software, make sure it's going to operate in the right mode, and you'll align that parallel to his shin bone. So the x-ray tube comes out at a slight angle, so being parallel allows us to go up the bone rather than across and potentially miss. Then when we have it placed correctly, we energize the device, and we essentially just stare at each other for 3 minutes while the device collects its data. Then we turn it off, and the data is collected and stored on the device.
And is that the correct protocol for doing that collection?
Yes, that's the same methodology we've used in every measurement for the past 15 years.
And what were the results of your test?
The test showed that he had been exposed to lead, and it had accumulated in his bone to a degree of an exact measure of 12.1 micrograms of lead per gram bone mineral content. So that unit is the way we've done bone lead measurements since the 1970s, essentially.
And can you kind of put that into context for us? What does that mean?
Yes, so bone lead, again, since it's giving us a cumulative measure of what someone's been exposed to, the important thing is to actually have age-matched control data. So we can look at someone else who's the same age and say, okay, well, this is what they would have had in their bone, because it accumulates and it doesn't go away. So we have a population study we typically use for this, which was based in Toronto. And in that study, the same age group as Mr. Horner would have had about 0.5 micrograms of lead per gram bone mineral. And to put that further into perspective, so his level was 24 times higher than that comparison group. first of all. Secondly, you can do a total body bone, or a total body lead measurement. So because we have this in units of bone mineral content, and everyone has a certain amount of bone mineral content over their body, we can actually determine how much total lead he had in his body. And so that comparison, he came back with about 33,000 micrograms of lead. Quite high, compared to his peers at closer to, I believe, 1,500 micrograms of lead.
Okay, and are you aware of how many micrograms of lead it would take to potentially have an effect on someone?
So the CDC sets this level of blood lead, that is the level of concern, and it's at 3.5 micrograms per deciliter. And we actually show that there is harm at lower levels, and the CDC, the Environmental Protection Agency, the World Health Organization, every scientific organization of merit has said that no level of lead is good for you. But if we do the same total body estimate with that 3.5 micrograms per deciliter, you get to about 250 micrograms of lead as the dose that can cause harm. And so 250 micrograms, very different than 33,650 micrograms.
And I know you said this, but just to clarify, when we're talking about the group that we're comparing it to, it would make a difference in age because you were talking about lead being more prevalent in society, and if you lived in the 70s, you'd have more exposure. So is that why you have to break it to age groups?
Yeah, that's essentially it. So if you're older, maybe you had the exposure from the 90s when you were inhaling the leaded gasoline that was being combusted. And so we'd have to account for that. So that's why we do that age comparison, because this is going to be reflective of what you were exposed to in your life. So you have to do an age match control.
And so over time, has that data kind of been updated? You said you were using the Toronto study. Is there a reason why you use that one?
The Toronto study is the most recent study with age-matched control data that we have. There's previous studies from the 90s, but that would be irrelevant because back in the 90s, we had so many other sources of lead exposure in our bodies that it wasn't going to, be as significant as a difference.
And so, to summarize, what is your opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
So my opinion is that Mr. Horner experienced a significant amount of lead exposure that would have impacted his health, and particularly his neurological health.
I'll pass it on, Ms. Johnson.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. A couple of questions about, Dr. Specht, about this particular device that you're using. It's called a XL3T Gold, is that correct?
Yes, that's
And
correct.
it's made by Thermo Fisher,
Yes.
okay? And this particular device, and you said that you had some FDA, what was the number you used on the FDA?
510K.
And what do you have from Thermo Fisher giving you authority or direction in using this on humans?
So Thermo Fisher doesn't market the device for these types of tests. We actually do the modifications to the device to allow it to be able to be used on humans. So Thermo Fisher doesn't actually have the approvals needed to go through that process.
So the manufacturer of this device does not approve this device for use on humans, is that correct?
They only have it for the billions of dollars they make for mining and whatnot.
I'm going to ask you again. They don't approve it for use on humans?
They do not sell it for that purpose, no.
Now, as we talked about this, you indicated that your final opinion is that Mr. Horner had a significant lead exposure. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you talked about the coins being an issue, right?
Yes.
And as part of your review for this case, Can you point to anything in his medical records where he had some form of lead toxicity?
I'm not a doctor, and I did not review his medical records.
Right, but you've made some opinions here about people getting significant exposures and the results of those exposures, have you not?
Yes.
Okay, and with regard to that, if somebody has lead toxicity at some point, that's something that's going to be needed to be treated by a doctor, right?
Not necessarily. So we have a couple treatments for high lead exposure. And primarily the one treatment we use often is called chelation treatment. And so this is really the only intervention we have when it comes to high levels of exposure. And so chelation essentially would go into the blood and it would pull out any amount of metals, just general metals though, it's not just lead. So they only use it in cases where there's really high exposures.
Okay.
But again, that focuses primarily on the blood.
And you don't have anything that you can point to in Mr. Horner's history wherein he received any type of chelation treatment?
No, I cannot.
And you would have said that at some point he received I'm going to make a presumption here, you help me with this, a pretty high dose of lead at some point in his childhood, is that right?
Yes, he would have had to have had some exposure to lead during his childhood to accrue this amount of cumulative lead dose.
Now, you said some exposure. Now, I'm looking at your numbers here, and at 24 times higher, that doesn't seem to me to be just some exposure. That seems to be a pretty massive exposure.
Yes, that would be a pretty massive exposure.
Okay. And I know you're not a medical doctor, but a massive exposure like that, is that potentially lethal?
If it was all at once, it could be, but the lethality associated with blood lead levels varies quite a lot by individual. So I've reviewed some cases before where individuals have had blood lead levels of greater than 100 micrograms per deciliter, and they still haven't passed away yet.
Okay. So these numbers that we're talking about here, you said that his level is 12.1 micrograms, and what it should be is 0.5 micrograms. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's where you get that 24 times or 2,400% number.
Yes.
Right. So one of my questions to you is at that level, how is it that Mr. Horner is still walking around and not having some effect from that? How is that possible?
Well, I'm not claiming that he doesn't have any effect from it. He does have an effect from it.
But at that level, at that massive a level that we're talking about, how is he still alive?
So there's levels, there's scales to the amount of exposure needed. The dose is what's really dependent, and when the dose happened over time. Again, the lead is going to come into the body and it's going to have some irreversible impacts, but the lethality of it is really dependent on how fast that happens.
Okay. And you said something about you tested a bunch of people in Flint that had a water crisis.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Were they as high as Mr. Horner at 12.1, or were they lower as an average?
I don't have the numbers right in front of me, but on average they were lower.
Okay. So the people in Flint who drank from all that contaminated water for, I would assume 30, 40, 50 years, is that right? Potentially?
No, the Flint water crisis was they did have lead pipes, but they swapped the water source, and that led to a huge amount of leaching of lead into their water system.
Right, and these people were exposed to it for a fairly long period of time, were they not?
Not that long, not 30 years or 10 years or even 5 years in some cases.
But their levels were lower than Mr. Horner's.
Yes.
Now, what I'm trying to figure out here a little bit is you said something about, and I'm not a scientist, I'm going to have you help me here.
Yeah.
is that he had a total lead amount of 33,650 micrograms in his body.
Yes.
I want to talk about that number.
Okay.
You're telling me that there is that many micrograms physically located in his body?
Yes. Integrated into his bone.
Okay. So let me just put this on a scale and ask you, 33,650 micrograms. I'm not a scientist. Is that a, I mean, I'm just looking at something here. Is that a cupful?
No.
Okay. And in fact, do you know the conversion to grams? How many grams that would be in his system?
0.03.
0.03365?
It'd be 33,000 times 1 e to the minus 6. So,
I'm going to trust you on that.
I don't know if I trust myself on that, but
All right. So I guess my question is 0.03 grams. So if we were to extract it all out of his body, 0.03 grams, I mean, is it as much as this right here? Is that 0.03? How much is 0.03 grams?
it doesn't seem like very much. But again, this is something, we ingest a lot of it, and maybe a lot of it's going to pass through our body. But this is stuff that's actually been incorporated into our body. And so it doesn't take all that much to cause harm. And in terms of the toxicology of this, we know, so this was actually just the bone content. But the bone content, you're not super worried about the bone content. In toxicological studies, we have shown that the bone is a good corollary for what is actually in the brain as well. So we can use this as a determining factor. Okay, well then his brain was exposed to this amount over some amount of time as well. And that's more impactful.
Right. I'm just trying to figure this out. I'm trying to figure out how much is it. I mean, 0.03 grams, is that like a BB? Is that what we're talking about? That's the total amount?
It could be on the same order, yeah.
Okay, so something, we're talking in the entirety of his whole body, something like this.
Yes, but it's actually incorporated into his body. And again, it's 24 times higher than what any one of his peer groups would have been exposed to.
That's what Mr. Ron.
Redirect.
Briefly. So you mentioned before that, I guess, the CDC, the EPA, the Department of War, Duke, Johns Hopkins, I think you said the Medical College of South Carolina, Purdue University, a bunch of places do use this portable device to detect bone lead in here.
Yes, yeah.
Okay. And we talked before about other experts relying on your findings. I assume those experts are relying on those findings because lead did have an effect on the person.
Yes, exactly.
And we're talking about a BB, I guess that's the size of a pill too, and those can have effects on people.
Yeah, exactly.
Mr. State.
Yes. One last question here. You talked about the normal test that a doctor would do would be a blood test. And you said that goes out of their system in how long?
So the half-life is about 30 days, yeah. And they do the blood test, again, primarily because the only treatment available is acting in the blood.
Right. And so it wouldn't surprise you if Tanner Horner's medical records indicated he tested essentially negative for blood when he got tested, would you?
No, it wouldn't surprise me necessarily, depending on when that test occurred versus when he was actually exposed.
But at this level that what you're talking about here, this extreme level, this massive amount of lead, according to you, in his system, how is it possible that with this much lead, according to you, in his system, that he still tests zero?
Well, I mean, it could easily have been, tested at very different time points in his life. So if you test blood lead level very recently and he was exposed when he was 2 or 3, then the blood test could come back effectively 0. And again, this is effectively 0 because even those blood tests aren't 100% accurate.
That's what it's showing.
Nothing further.
I'm sorry?
Nothing further.
May this witness be finally excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Good to stay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay.
So
Hand me
I
those
take these.
exhibits. Okay, we're gonna get lunch on the way for you, okay? And so, enjoy it, and we'll see you back this afternoon, okay? All rise. One o'clock, everybody.
I mean, I couldn't ask anybody.
Judge?
and used to live in Texas.
Mr. Weeks, you're not here to give any expert opinion on this case, are you?
No.
Your role today is to give some historical background information.
Yes.
Now, Mr. Weeks, you said that you were living in Texas at one point. When were you living in Texas?
From approximately, I lived there for about 25 years, so that was approximately 1982 until about 2004.
When you were living in Texas, well, let me back up. You had said that you were a licensed therapist. What does that mean?
In Texas, my license is a licensed professional counselor. I'm licensed in Texas now. In Ohio, a licensed professional clinical counselor is somebody who is licensed by the state to provide therapeutic services to people.
When you were living in Texas, did you have the opportunity to work at a place called First Choice?
Yes.
Please tell the jury what First Choice is.
First Choice was located, I don't think they're there anymore, on East Hemphill Street in Fort Worth, Texas, near downtown. There, we provided services to families affected primarily by drug and alcohol abuse. Commonly, dual diagnosis was present, meaning there was both drug use of some sort as well as a mental health disorder such as maybe depression. Our program specifically was residential, and families were there, so it was common for the women, I can't remember there ever being any men that were the primary clients there, would be there with their children.
How did you get involved with First Choice?
After a therapist is licensed, or in this case I wasn't yet licensed, they have internships in which they work, and they can add to their classroom knowledge with clinical real-world experience working in a facility like this.
When were you with First Choice?
The early part of 1999, approximately February to August of 1999.
And Mr. Weeks, I want to ask you a little bit about the intake process at First Choice. Do you recall what kind of information was obtained from the clients when they entered First Choice?
I don't have any knowledge of that directly from working there. The work I did was as a therapist, usually working just with the children, well, I guess also with the parents as well. I didn't do intakes. That's typically done by somebody else.
What type of information would be normally taken during the intake process that you would rely upon in order to provide your treatment and develop a treatment plan?
There's a history taken when an intake is completed. We're going to ask for any drug history, difficulty with law, if there's any law involvement, if a person has any previous diagnoses, if they have any other non-mental health issues, such as they have a medical diagnosis. There'll be information taken about their education, their finances. It's really meant to be quite comprehensive. So the intake is meant to gather a lot of that information to bring the clinician up to speed regarding the individual.
Why is that important?
The background information is critical, and that can help to inform the treatment that's needed. For example, I'm at First Choice because we primarily worked with individuals that are struggling with addiction issues. If somebody doesn't have any addiction issues, then they might not be an appropriate referral for our facility.
Mr. Weeks, as a licensed counselor, how do you create a treatment plan for a client?
We identify the primary diagnoses, then work with the client to identify what are the areas in which they want to address. So if they're particularly interested in addressing some issues, then we'll center the treatment plan there. But we may also, at a treatment facility like this, expand out to other areas to help with employment, for example. If they need assistance with finances, social workers or case managers will work on that, whereas the clinician will primarily work on the mental health issues.
Now, you talked about dual diagnoses. How common is it for one of the clients at First Choice to have a dual diagnosis?
So I don't remember, I worked there, I guess, 26 years or so ago, but it would be shocking if individuals there, our clients at that time, didn't have also a mental health issue in their background. It's ubiquitous.
What about trauma?
Almost always. There's trauma with individuals that have addiction issues, but I don't have a specific recollection of clients I worked with there. I don't have those records anymore.
We talked a little bit about trauma, but can you explain to the jury what the cycle of trauma is?
Yeah, trauma may manifest later on in somebody.
Hang on just a minute. I'm sorry. I'm going to object at this point. We're delving off into what appears to be expert and recommendations and testifying from his professional capacity as to what cycle of trauma and all this other stuff is.
Sustain.
Mr. Weeks, let's talk about the facility itself. What was First Choice like? Did they have, you mentioned.
It was like maybe the.
Oh, I'm sorry. You mentioned that they had a residential facility. Were patients or clients allowed to bring their children?
They were.
How was that accommodated at the facility?
You know, as I'm thinking back, trying to remember, it seemed like there were small apartments, maybe even rooms. Apartments might be like small hotel suites, so to speak, that were there, and there would be, maybe we'd have 10 or 20 families there at a time. And then we had the main building in which we did some of the groups and other therapeutic services.
You said that these residents would be allowed to bring their families and their children. Did First Choice also provide services to the children of their residents?
Yes, that's primarily the work that I did.
Why would First Choice provide services to the children?
Services like play therapy, for example, or stress management could help the client, the child, I should say, in this to be more specific, to maybe work through some issues that they encountered with the mother when they weren't in the facility. Being able to work out some of these issues may help them to manage conflict better, to have success in school better, to rebuild the relationship that, if it was damaged, it would help them to have the skills to be able to repair those relationships.
You mentioned play therapy. What is play therapy?
I'll object again. He's again offering testimony from his expertise and training in this particular case. It's not his recommendation.
Your Honor, we're just trying to get into what he did at this facility. It is not offering an opinion. He is testifying as to what he himself did. So we are not asking him to give any opinions. What we are asking him to do is to testify as to this facility, what they did, and
With Mr. Horner?
we're getting there.
Well, let's get there.
So, explain again, please, what play therapy is.
Play therapy is the use of toys to help a child to express what may be difficult to verbalize. Art therapy is in some ways related to it. I don't have training in that. But we want to creatively provide opportunities for youth to be able to express things even though they may not have a narrative. Yes.
How do you recall them? That's been 26 years. Was there something special about them that made you remember?
No, I recalled the name just vaguely when you first approached me. I think it was you, I'm not, but when I was first approached to provide support here. But then when a picture showed to me, I clearly remembered, yes, that's Melissa and that's Tanner. Well, I didn't recognize Tanner at all. I knew him, maybe he was 6, 8, I'm not sure his age at that time, but I remembered the mother.
Now, what were your initial impressions of them as a family?
Nothing unique. I found their experience, their presentation to be very similar to the other families that were there. Women coming in who had difficulty with drugs, and their family was affected by it.
Now, you said that you had remembered Melissa immediately upon seeing her photo. What was it about her that you remembered?
I just remembered her face. When I saw it, I recognized her. Nothing else really jumps out.
And just to be clear, in order for Melissa to be involved in this program, she would have had to have had a drug problem?
I assume so. We didn't provide any other services. That was the primary function. There was an emphasis in first choice on 12-step work.
When Melissa and Tanner were at first choice, did she seem to be motivated to work through the program and do better?
And I can't really recall anything specifically about her motivation level. My primary work was in play therapy with him. I assume, although I don't recall specific sessions, that I would have just minimal contact with her.
Well, Mr. Weeks, let's talk about your work with Tanner. You said that when you looked at the photo, you remembered the mother, but you didn't remember her son just by looking at the photo. But after reviewing the records and whatnot, were you able to confirm that you did work with Tanner?
I don't have those records anymore, and I'm sure I did. I assume I did, but it's a good question. I can't say for certain that I provided services to them.
Well, you had said earlier that you had provided services to Melissa and her son. When Melissa was there with her son, do you recall Tanner acting out or having any temper tantrums while at the residence?
I don't recall that specifically. It's very common, and I do assume that I did work with them, although I just want to be really upfront. I can't for sure say that I had services with them. I could have just seen them in the facility, but it's not likely. I probably did work with them.
You have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am. You pass the witness.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Stanton?
I'm going to make sure this works. Mr. Weeks, can you hear me here?
Yes.
And Mr. Weeks, this place where you worked, It seems to me that you really don't have any real recollection other than remembering Melissa's face about what you did or didn't do with them in this case. Is that correct?
I have, generally, yes, it is. I just have basic memories of the services we provided there, but specifics with his family, no, I don't have specific memories.
Thank you, sir, for what you do and taking care of people at this point in Pasadena.
Ms. Anderson, redirect.
Just one question, Your Honor. Mr. Weeks, in order to be admitted to first choice with her son, would Melissa have had to have a drug issue?
Almost certainly. I didn't do the intake, but it's just not what we do. We treat people specifically with drug problems at that facility.
Thank you.
Mr. Tate, may the witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Weeks, thank you very much. We appreciate you taking your time.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
And may we approach her?
Uh-huh.
loaded that bus yesterday. I loaded that up and you didn't think so. I carry every day. I'm gonna try to order probably 2 more of them. Yeah. You start greasing my palm a little bit on those knife things and I'll make sure.
All right, outside the presence of the jury, you're going to offer this as. Bring the witness in first. Yeah,
Do we have a new battery in this? Carrie, do you have the battery?
Which man?
Triple? No. Okay. All right. I didn't know you.
Good afternoon.
You don't.
All right? Okay, raise your right hand. Solemnly swear or affirm testimony given this cause to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Okay. There is a rule of evidence in effect that says you cannot be in court unless you're testifying, and once you have testified, do not discuss your testimony with anybody else. Okay?
And Judge, since this is a civilian witness, we just want to re-urge our request to have her face blurred, and we'll be using her first name.
Guys are all on it, right? Okay,
What's her name?
let's go.
Can we know her name though? Yeah. I know. Like, hold on. Like, how do you know?
Go, you may sit there.
Yeah.
Me
Well,
and you and her can sit down. All right, everyone may be seated. We are ready to proceed. Ladies and gentlemen, this witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Ms. Anderson.
yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mary. How are you doing? Mary, we have agreed that we will call you by your first name. Is that okay? Okay. One thing that I am going to ask you to do is when the court reporter is taking the record, she can only take down yeses and nos and words and head nods and mm-hms and uh-uhs. Don't translate to the record. So if we can get a verbal response, okay? Okay. You nervous?
Not too bad.
Not too bad? All right. Mary, what do you do for a living?
Well, I'm tired now, but I was a licensed specialist in school psychology, to be lots of words, but LSSPs in the schools.
How long had you been an LSSP before retiring?
35 years.
Tell me and tell the jury a little bit about your educational background that allowed you to be a LSSP.
Right. Well, I graduated from high school in 74, went to college at Texas State University, which then was Southwest Texas State, so that's changed too. Graduated in 78 with a psychology degree and a guidance counselor minor. And they had just started, I thought I would be as year. And so one of my professors told me about the program, and it sounded very interesting, because I was very interested in the learning process in children. So I was able to start my master's in that program, finished it, and it was a 2-year program, but I went summers and a full year. So I graduated from there in '79, and then I got my first job as we were called psychological associates back in that day, that we did the same thing.
And just to be clear, you are not here to offer any expert testimony, are you?
No.
Are you here just to talk about your personal interactions with Hannah Horner?
Yes.
After you graduated, where did you go to work?
Well, I was in Houston the first 5 years of my career. Then I married and moved to Fort Worth. Then I was with ISD for 12 years. Then I went to Azle for 8 years. And I finished in HEB, Hearst Euless Bedford ISD, the last 12 years. So I kind of hopped around a little bit.
Now, during your time at Azle, did you come to know Tanner Horner?
I evaluated Tanner.
And during your time in the school districts at large, did you have to deal with students who had been diagnosed with Asperger's or autism?
A lot in the the last 12 years. Now, back in the Azle days or the school district before that, there wasn't a lot of high-functioning autism talked about or really identified at that time. Azle was a smaller school district. I'm sorry, I'm doing the wrong thing.
You're fine, you're fine.
So my memory of testing students on the spectrum, they were typically more severe students, more severe behaviors. Tanner was more unique because he...
Judge, I'll object. If she's here to provide background information, that she's providing based on her expertise in this case as far as evaluation and testing, or just background information on Mr. Horner?
Your Honor, because of her expertise and in her background, let's try this again. Because of her expertise, we will be asking her about the services that she provided for Mr. Horner.
That's expert testimony based upon her training and experience and offering it as an expert in this case and her opinions as far as evaluating and testing him and anything else. She's not designated as an expert.
I'll let her testify as to what services she provided, but she's not to render an opinion as to anything.
No, Your Honor, she is not going to be rendering any opinions. However, what she will be testifying to is what her knowledge was in the service plans and the treatment plans based upon specific diagnoses. And that is not an expert opinion. That is what she has done. It would be no different from a doctor coming in and talking about their service plan.
It's still expert testimony, Your Honor.
I'm going to let her do it. Go ahead.
You said that when you first started with the schools, you didn't see a lot of high functioning. What do you mean by high functioning?
Well, high-functioning autism, people typically that are on the spectrum and on that end of the spectrum have language. Whether it's functional, how functional it is or not is a big piece of it. They typically look like neurotypical people do, people that don't seem to have disabilities of any type. So you might not notice them or pick them out as looking different.
When you first started back in Azle, did you have much experience with autism?
We were always trained, every year you had to take a certain 20 hours a year at that time for professional development. So we would be trained, but I would not say I had an excessive amount of training in that particular disability. It was more global.
Did you see a lot of autism when you were?
In Azle?
Yes.
No.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
My apologies. When you were working in the schools, would you review records in order to make a determination on what kind of treatment plan to have for a particular student?
No, that isn't how we developed what we call IEPs, Individualized Educational Plan. We would review records before our assessment, so we had some basic information about a particular student.
Okay, so tell me about that. What type of records and what type of information would you look for to develop an IEP?
Okay, the IEP is kind of at the end, when all the evaluators would come together and they would write their report and put it into a document. Then the ARD committee would get together. The ARD committee is after you do all the school people do their assessments, you come together for this one final meeting and you present the information to the parents and the teachers, and it's called an ARD committee, Annual Review and Dismissal. At that meeting is when you talk about the students' needs for special education. When you are evaluated in the school district, you are evaluated for special education services. So in theory, well, not in theory, factually, anybody who meets eligibility for special education services has a deficit in some area. It could be intellectual deficit, it could be a learning disability, it could be behavior. Did I answer that? So in the ARD meeting, we then talk about the deficits that the student has and what were some of the accommodations and modifications we could provide in the school to help them improve whatever their deficit areas were.
Okay, so when you're dealing with students with autism, what type of deficits would you normally see?
But there are 3 pillars of autism, and
Judge,
the
I will
first,
object to this. This is definitely expert.
Sustained.
May I respond, Your Honor?
No, ma'am, sustained.
Mary, when you are looking for, looking at a student, would that student often have a diagnosis before they came to you?
many do. Many do. So yes.
And with regards to autism and students in the ASL ISD, I want to talk a little bit about, behavior. And generally speaking, based on your experience and your observations of these students over the years, how well do students with autism do in a mainstream setting?
I'm not sure I can really answer that because every person with autism is different.
And would you agree with me that you said that every person with autism is different, which means that not all autism is alike?
Exactly.
Would it be uncommon to have different types of symptoms that would play across different people with autism?
I would say there are similar symptoms, but again, the behaviors or the deficit areas are worse in some and better in others. So it depends upon how the autism manifests itself.
Well, let's talk about Tanner and how his autism manifested with him. Did you ever work with Tanner as a student?
You do work with a student when you do an evaluation. You also...
Well, I'll get there in just a second.
Okay.
You're fine. You're doing well. Which school were you working at the time you met Tanner?
In ASL ISD, we would go to various schools, wherever the assessment need was. So I would go to the elementary school. I don't know if he was in elementary school when I first evaluated him or if he was in the junior high or even high school. I don't remember that, and I'm not sure about the years.
Well, what kinds of evaluations, or let me back up, what kind of services did ASL provide for Tanner?
now this is, I was able to review some of the basal records, so I wouldn't have remembered this. So is that okay then?
Yes.
Okay. So I believe at the time, Tanner was in a classroom called a behavior improvement class. And I think he was in there about half of the day, and then he would go out to other classes, to the general education classes, so that he was getting a full education, because he was bright. And when I say bright, he was able to be in regular classrooms intellectually. And so he would go out, and typically we would identify the strengths of the student and have those students go into those classrooms initially so they would be successful, so we could build on some successes. So he, as far as I can remember, he had that situation set up, but he also had, and that behavior improvement classroom was to provide a lot of structure for him, was also to provide the behavioral support he needed. So let's say if any student is in a general ed classroom and they start to have behavioral issues, hopefully that behavior improvement class teacher would assist the regular education classroom teacher. He also had, I don't know if he had, I didn't see anywhere in the records, he had speech and language services to address the pragmatic deficits, which tend to go along with, it goes along with students that have language, typically. But I did remember and saw in the records that he received in-home training, which was when a therapist went into his home and she took him out into the community to expose him to different social settings. And she was a speech and language therapist.
So you had mentioned that these services that were provided to Tanner. Let's talk about how the school district would determine that the services were necessary. Was there an evaluation that was performed of Tanner in order to receive services?
Yes, any evaluation for autism includes a speech and language therapist, an occupational therapist to look at sensory issues or motor skills even, a psychologist, a school psychologist, and or a licensed specialist in school psychology. There's a difference there. I'm a master's level school psychologist. I'm not in the clinical realm at all. So that's why I'm using the LSSP term more so. Okay, you asked me who else would evaluate.
Well, let's go to your evaluation first.
Okay.
So what kinds of evaluations would you give students?
Autism? And
Yes.
we're speaking strictly about.
Yes.
Okay. So Tanner did have records when I became involved. He did have a report, an outside report that had, I believe was his initial evaluation. I'm not 100% sure of that. It may not have been his initial. So I was to perform a 3-year reevaluation, and that's standard. We do 3-year reevaluations for all students that are identified as having a need for special education. It's so in theory, like if a child has a learning disability, they get a 3-year reevaluation because the hope and the goal is that the student's disability would be cut closer to his intellectual ability, so then he wouldn't have the need for special education services. And likewise, a student that might have a behavioral disorder or an emotional disorder, let's say their family provided, a lot of intensive therapy, and the student's emotions got better and they were no longer acting out. Now, autism is a little bit different because it's not really like autism goes away. So you would still have your basic team reevaluate, your speech pathologist, your occupational therapist, and your LSSP.
Okay. So with regards to the evaluations that you gave, what did your evaluation look like?
Okay, wait, don't talk over. We gotta have one at a time, okay? Go ahead, Ms. Anderson.
You're doing fine, Mary. What did your evaluation look like?
Typically, whatever records you have, you would review those first. So he came with a previous evaluation, and he was already in special education services. So we have some records based on the teacher reports, what his behavior had been like, what were continued concerns, and then we always contact a parent to see how things are going. So we look for more background information. We use what's already known, and then we go to the new teachers or present teachers and get information, not just from the one teacher, but from several teachers, so you know how the student is doing in the different environments. Because then, if there was trouble in certain environments, then we would want to look at why was there trouble in certain environments. So you try to get a good sampling, and then it involves observations.
What do you mean by observations? Observing the student?
In the classrooms. So we would actually go into the different classrooms and observe the students, see what their interactions were like, and add that to the report. Then,
And I had one follow-up question with that. Was it just in the classrooms that you did the observations, or did you observe them in any other aspect in the school?
that's a good question. Lunch is often a place where students are observed. Physical education, but it's a classroom, I guess. That's another, and outside, recess is a very big one where we like to observe students' interactions.
Why is it important to observe interactions in the lunchroom or at recess?
There's less structure, and the students can really relate in a more normal environment than like a typical peer would do. So you want to just see simple things like, do they have good motor skills? Are they running, with a good gait? Are they uncoordinated? Are they standing off by themselves? Or are they interacting with anybody? And if they do interact with somebody, what does that look like? Does it look friendly? I mean, you can't hear them. I mean, I'm not like, you're not right on top of them. But you want to get a sense of, is there some sense of cooperation or, I don't want to say friendship, because friendship is different, but some sense of the ability to be with others in a positive way.
Did y'all have do any independent testing or anything like that?
The actual testing, that the speech and language therapist always pulls a student and does an individual. Occupational therapy pulls and does an individual. The school psychologist typically pulls and does an individual. But that looks a little different with a student that has language, because it opens up a lot of more options for you to use. We often use rating scales, or you would ask questions and the student would rate how that made him feel, like, it made him a little happy, a little not happy, or very unhappy. And those kinds of things. And we would use things called incomplete sentence stems, where you read the first part of a sentence and then you have them fill it in with their words, so that we could kind of get a sense of kind of what's on the top of their memories or their brain, or how they look at the world and how they're relating to it through their answers.
So, and with regards to all of these evaluations, do you ever have any one-on-one with the student and discuss their behavioral issues with them?
Sometimes. You don't always, in my position, sometimes I would, but not always. It depends, again, what you're looking for, what you're trying to elicit or get a clearer understanding of. There are a couple of very standardized assessment tools that we use also for autism. One is called the ADOS. I do not use that with Tanner. I was not trained at the time to use the ADOS.
Did you have any other testing that you did with Tanner?
I did all verbal. It was all of the verbal interview formats, besides the interviewing of teachers, parents, or grandmother. It was the grandmother interview, and doing the observations.
So it sounds like this is a pretty intense evaluation. It's not just, a couple hours here and you're done. It sounds like it takes a long time to actually do a complete evaluation.
It does.
Typically speaking, how long does it take to finish this evaluation?
That's a really good question, but you really can't answer it. Some that are pretty easy, can take, oh, wow, haven't thought of that in a long time. 10 hours versus 30 hours. I mean, it just really varies.
Mary, I want to talk to you now specifically about Tanner. What kind of evaluation were you doing for Tanner?
I was providing a 3-year reevaluation looking specifically at autism.
Are these 3-year reviews different from the initial assessments?
They may be a little less comprehensive.
Would you still have had the one-on-one time with him?
Yes.
Would you still have used the question and answers that you talked about?
Yes.
Would you still have done the student observation?
Yes.
Would you still have spoken with any of the collateral witnesses?
Collateral witnesses, the teachers and the grandparents, yes.
Yes. And I use the term collateral witness, so I was exactly the teachers, family members.
Or even sometimes a vice principal. If the student had a lot of behavior infractions, they would spend a lot of time in the office. I would get that information as well.
You said earlier that you had spoken with his grandmother. What was his grandmother like, if you can recall?
You know, I don't recall meeting her in person. We talked on the phone. I remember she was concerned, just concerned.
Did you ever have the opportunity to meet Tanner's mother?
I did not.
Were you able to determine at that point if there was any male role model in Tanner's life?
Not that I was aware of.
Now, were you able to determine whether or not Tanner was living in a stable environment?
It seems so.
Now, in preparing for evaluations, you had mentioned that evaluators are able to review records. Mm-hmm. What kind of records do you review? I know that you had mentioned IEPs and ARDs, but what other records would you review?
Well, I know in Tanner's case, I believe his initial evaluation was done by Child Study Center, so that's where I would have started. Okay. And then I would have looked at recent teacher reports and kind of started from there.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Mary, I'm going to hand you what has been admitted into evidence as defense exhibit number 69. I'm going to ask you a few questions from those.
Okay, so do I look at that?
Oh, I'll direct you to the page when I get there.
Okay.
And you're good. What I wanted to ask you was, based upon your evaluation, based upon your observations, based upon your interviews with the family members, speaking with the teachers, speaking with vice principals, and reviewing the records, did what you see in your evaluation, did that corroborate what you found in the records?
Can you say that a different way?
I don't know if I can, but I'm certainly going to try. Basically, what I'm asking is that you read the records, and the records said, showed that there was a diagnosis of autism. Based upon your evaluation, based upon your interview with everybody, did what you see lead you to believe anything else?
No.
Can I get the... Now, Mary, if you would please turn to page 49 of that document. And, Your Honor, for purposes of publication, we have blocked out all the names and any identifying information. The document that Mary is looking at is not redacted.
Understood.
Judge, do you mind, can I borrow the court's copy here?
Sure.
Thank you. I just want to follow.
Hang on, let me find it for you.
Right. Mary, I want to direct you again to page 49 of, let's see if I can get this. Oh, that didn't help. Okay. Right. First of all, page 49. Please tell the jury what page 49 is.
It's the last, it's the summary page of an evaluation,
What kind of evaluation?
an autism, multidisciplinary autism assessment.
And was this the 3-year review that you had done?
This is the 3-year review.
You said that it was multidisciplinary. Who did the final evaluation and who signed off on this document?
Back in that day, we each, the speech therapist, occupational therapist, and the school psychologist, did their own individual assessments. Sometimes they would all three be present with each other, and sometimes they would not be. But we would always collaborate together and talk about our assessments and the consistency and what was similar, maybe what was different. So that this is only signed by me because this particular one was just the assessment that I did. Now in the R paperwork or the IEP, everyone that were evaluators would sign that form.
I want to talk a little bit about the deficits that were noted in your report. You spoke about social deficits and lack of appropriate communication. What do you mean by lack of appropriate communication?
So I should have been more descriptive at that time. Again, Tanner has language and he's able to communicate. What type of language I was talking about was pragmatic language, or what's called social language. The ability to understand the meaning behind the words we say, and also to put them in, use contextual clues regarding the environment in which it's used in. So, so colloquialisms or sayings that we might say, like it's raining cats and dogs, a person might take it extremely literally and not think about the other meaning that we are attempting to say when we say things like that. And idioms that are higher level forms of language that are more difficult for people with autism.
You had, in your report, you state that Tanner lacks empathy and has little ability to form friendships. What did you mean by that?
Well, based on my memory, he did have difficulty getting along with others. But again, I can't explain why. There are many reasons for behavior. Probably I shouldn't say more than that.
Is that uncommon with someone with autism?
It's not uncommon, and I guess I would say it's common, and it's not so much that all people with autism don't get along with others, because some do. Sometimes it's more limited with others, sometimes it looks a little bit different. It's just, there's a difference.
When we talk about empathy, what does that mean?
Empathy is the ability to feel something else that someone else is going through, to understand it through their eyes.
Is there a difference between empathy and sympathy?
I believe there is a difference, yes. Sympathy is feeling sorry for, where empathy is feeling those feelings within yourself and understanding them on a more comprehensive level.
So when you say that someone lacks empathy, what does that look like?
In this circumstance, for Tanner and for many students on the spectrum with social deficits in this area, it would just mean it was more limited. He or she would not stop to think about how his behavior might be affecting them, or he or she may not stop and understand that the way maybe his look or his lack of a look made a person feel or do something else. Again, that connection between the way we behave or our mannerisms affect others. I don't think I answered it. I'm not really sure. Let's try it again.
I thought that was a perfect answer. All right, so you had noted that Tanner's ability to use language is not impaired, but the affective and relational aspects of his communication is significantly below what one would expect.
I was speaking about the pragmatic deficits, which was the social language. Again, we as human beings, we pick up a lot through intrinsic ways, by observing others or hearing others or watching others. And so pragmatic language is not necessarily taught. It is inferred and it is learned through, if you have an ability to socially relate or socially understand. So that's what I meant by it's more limited.
We talk about poor eye contact. Why is that important in a diagnosis or in a evaluation?
It's just another behavioral symptom that can tend to be common. It can, the eye contact is typically more limited, or it can be, we often say it's fleeting. Sometimes they have eye contact, sometimes they don't. So it's just a more typical symptom of autism.
You had also noted that Tanner has possibly a sensory issue, especially in the area of his own personal hygiene needs. What did you mean by that?
Well, I do remember that, and this is not uncommon for boys his age at the time, but his grandmother, I think, was concerned about he didn't really want to take showers, or he wasn't maybe using deodorant. I don't remember exactly. But again, that's can happen to many young males that are learning about our body changing. Although, should I say a little more now?
Oh, go ahead.
So he might have had an aversion to water. Many people on the spectrum have sensory issues. They don't like, things can be visually or auditorily difficult for them. The lighting, too much noise, sometimes water, sometimes getting a haircut, sometimes lots of different little things can cause sensory issues. And I don't remember anything besides the personal hygiene.
You note that Tanner is very rigid about change. What did you mean by that?
Again, that's a fairly common symptom. I wish I had put more explanation about that, but transitions, changing from even classroom to classroom, or maybe from doing a preferred activity to a non-preferred activity. In schools that happens a lot because teachers are constantly having to change whatever they're trying to teach at the moment. Many students on the spectrum have almost like a hyper focus for a short time, and if they're not ready to move on, they're not ready to move on. So you may encounter a little resistance in terms of, no, I'm not finished with that, and just not having cooperation in that sense.
Now, with regard to the sensory issues, is it uncommon for people like Tanner to have sensory overloads?
It's not uncommon.
And did you ever see,
Wait,
Again, expert testimony continuing.
well, sensory overload, I sustain the objection.
did you ever see Tanner have a sensory overload?
I do not.
Now, based upon your evaluation, you had noted that Tanner continues to exhibit a mild form of Asperger's disorder. What do you mean by mild?
Well, first of all, now we don't call it Asperger's. That was changed. It's just part of autism. And now it is categorized by the severity level, 3 levels of severity. And so Tanner's severity would have been 1. Now, at that time, his severity level was like a 1 because he was able to function in a regular education environment with some special education support. So that, and go out and, order a burger possibly, or do what we would expect all of us do. Doesn't look different, he doesn't exhibit the flapping or the staring or any of the more unusual when you move up the levels.
Is a mild form of autism still autism?
It is.
To your knowledge, do the school districts still use the terms mild, moderate, and
No.
what do they use now?
If they address it at all, they talk about the levels, I believe. I've been retired 5 years, but.
And reflecting upon your notes and in preparation for everything this week, again, did you have a chance to look at all the records?
Yes.
Now, based upon your review of the records, how confident do you feel about the treatment plan that you had recommended for Tanner?
For that time, I think Tanner had a very good treatment plan. That's all my recollection. He was not someone I heard of a lot, or maybe not often at all. In a smaller district like that, being in my position, I would hear of students that were struggling more. So, not that doesn't mean he didn't struggle, but he was in an environment where you would expect there would be some struggling, and it was to be dealt with on that level.
So your recommendations in this case were, it's recommended that Tanner continue with his current programming and instructional arrangements since it appears to be meeting his needs.
Right.
Do you know if that continued?
I can't say for a fact that it did. I don't know what happened in high school.
And you also had noted that you felt that Tanner would benefit from ongoing training of adaptive social skills and problem-solving strategies for peer interactions. Why did you make that recommendation?
Because he had a lot of difficulty getting along with other students, other peers. He was better with adults. although there was some argumentativeness. But again, that was more in the classroom when he was dealing with probably doing things he didn't really want to do. And
Did you ever see him get aggressive?
I did not ever see that, no.
Was it ever noted in any of the documents that you reviewed from the school district that he ever became aggressive?
Well, I did notice that one of his goals was to decrease temper tantrums. Trying to think. There might have been something said about decreased aggression, but it wasn't clearly defined what that looked like.
Now, you had mentioned overload and you just mentioned tantrums. Based upon your observations, can those look the same?
Overload and tantrums look the same?
Can one lead to the other?
Possible. I'm not sure I think probably every person with autism handles it in their own unique ways.
Again, one size doesn't fit all with autism,
One
does
size
it?
does not fit all.
One of the things that was also recommended was psychological assessment, looking at the emotional deficits. Why would you recommend a psychological assessment?
Good question. I wondered that too, but then I remembered that I probably wanted more information about him emotionally. I knew there were struggles emotionally, but I didn't really understand the why.
Do you recall why you would have recommended that he be under the care of a psychiatrist?
Well, for medication management, because that typically, you can get it from a regular medical doctor, but many medical doctors are not comfortable prescribing medications for children and or to students on the autism spectrum. So that's why I felt like a psychiatrist would have been a better caregiver.
Now, Mary, I want to turn your attention to Azle ISD specifically. At the time when you were there, did Azle ISD have a lot of students diagnosed with Asperger's or autism?
I would say not a lot.
So what does that tell you about Tanner's symptoms if Azle ISD had noted the autism diagnosis in the records?
Judge, I'll take that calls for an expert opinion from her.
Sustained.
As a person working in the school, when you see an autism diagnosis, what does that mean to you?
Judge, I'll still object. That's going to call for her expertise to be able to define what that is.
I'll let her answer that question.
Okay, repeat the question, please.
Working in the school, knowing that Azle ISD did not have a lot of students who were diagnosed with Asperger's or autism, what did it mean to you when you saw that diagnosis in the records that you were reviewing?
I don't know what it meant to me. It just meant that we had a student that had significant deficits in several areas.
Did Azle ISD have specific special education classes?
Yes, that would be, well, yes.
And were there any special education accommodations that Tanner received while in Azle?
I'm sure there were, but I don't have that in the records and I don't remember it.
Now, you had mentioned something earlier about in-home training.
Right.
To your recollection, did Tanner receive in-home training?
He did.
You also had mentioned, and I think I have this right, the behavioral classroom?
Behavior, we call it then, we call something different. Behavior improvement class.
Is that what they refer to as BIC?
Yes.
Okay. What is BIC?
Well,
What does that look like?
Sorry, let me see. It is a more restricted environment for a student. special education provides a range of services. We start with the least restrictive environment. So a student, say, that has a learning disability, they only need assistance in the area of learning. So they may go to it was called, it may be different now, the resource room teacher. And she would provide additional, help. So then the continuum of services increased all the way up to a self-contained classroom, which is where a student would stay in that classroom all the time. Now, the behavior improvement class was originally a self-contained classroom, but the goal was always to get students to be mainstream, to go out to other course classes, so that eventually they would all be in general education. If their program was successful, they would all be in the general education classrooms.
So how does a student who was in BIC transition to a general education classroom?
By appropriate behaviors and based on their IEP goals.
So if the IEP goals are met and the behavioral modifications have been successful, then a student can go from that self-contained classroom back to a general?
Eventually. It's not a quick system, but yes, usually one class at a time. See, is there success? There is. Second class is out. Success, yes, there's enough success. And so on.
I believe you just used the expression class out. What is class out?
It would be a general education class.
Did, to your recollection, did Tana receive an escort to and from classes? Or to and from the bus?
I don't remember that.
Would you consider the big classes? Was it me this time?
It was the defense, it's the state's turn this time. So.
These big classes, would you consider them to be a structured environment?
Here.
Why do you say that?
Well, it was a much smaller student-teacher ratio, maybe, let's just say 10 students versus 20 or so in a general education classroom. This is many years ago, of course. Now we have many more students in classes, typically. Sorry, I keep saying that. So each student has their own IEP, so that teacher has to be very structured as to make sure that each of their students is getting the type of accommodations and recommendations that he or she needed to provide for each of those students, and it'd be pretty timely also, and there should have been positive reinforcement for appropriate behaviors, and usually a loss of points or loss of privileges if there was a significant negative behavior.
Now, based on your observations at the BIC classrooms, did the students with autism tend to do better with the structured environment?
I can't answer that because I don't remember, but again, there wasn't a lot of students identified with high-functioning autism that I remember.
Do you recall if Tanner did better in that structured environment?
Well, just based on what the records say, and then that 3-year reevaluation, it seemed to be providing him some positive regard in school.
One moment, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
Further, Your Honor.
Y'all need a break? Okay. 2:45, 15 minutes. Oh, you got, yeah, we cut it up into pieces.
But when I sent that one from mine and he kicked it back, or just told me to search for responding or whatever.
I reset my alarm.
And I
this morning.
reset that.
To wake up later, I did not expect to turn that one on too. Yeah.
Maybe I'll try to pull that link out. Maybe copy that link into a separate email.
Well, normally I turn on my ringer, like I'm not trying to find it out normally. My alarm to go off.
You and Lisa on the it's to deal with that Steve Melton thing. So I put y'all on the email so y'all would know. Because he checked Steve Google's email, but we're looking for something from a whole line. So I just. You would answer first. I don't know. He's sending us some Dropbox link.
Well, that's a problem. It maybe can come by a parole because it's an external.
Well, I know, and that's why.
But Steven should be able to find it and push it through.
Which why I don't have to go really well in the trial, but like, that's why I added Lisa to see. Well, because Steve sent us an email saying, I'm not seeing anything come through delivered to you guys from Steve's address. It's like from once, not from her. So that's why I just sent that to you. I sent it to you and Lisa. So you were the one texting me, so I just put the help in you.
Big deal, she's going to learn a laptop.
Yeah. So if she starts texting you and asking questions, that's what that's about. And that's why I put her on there, is because I think we need Steve Melton to check a different email address to see if something got stuck for us.
The firewall's easy. We should be able to see anything that comes through. He doesn't have to know specific server. Well, Steve, he's normally got the control. But I know that they've been working on their access all for dispatch too.
Everyone may be seated. We are ready to proceed, Mr. Stanton, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. I want to thank you for being here today and talking with us about some of this, okay? I'm going to try to keep it pretty brief here. Let me ask you, your extent of your contact with the defendant, Mr. Horner here, is that just to do the evaluation, or did you have other contact with him during that time?
Typically, a school psychologist would just go in for an evaluation. Well, I shouldn't say typically. Every district is different. In this circumstance, I would go in for the evaluation, do all the pieces, write up the report, go to the art meeting, and that would be the end of it. Unless there was more reasons brought to my attention that I needed to be involved. And that did not happen in Tanner's case.
So you saw him essentially just the one time?
Little snapshot. When you say one time, I mean, I did the observations. I mean, it was within a small time frame compared to, a whole school year or anything like that.
Yes, ma'am. Let me clarify with that. You saw him which you needed to see him to do this 3-year reevaluation.
Exactly.
That's correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that had several parts, and we've talked about that.
Right.
Okay. And you said that after that, you did all the report, and we've looked at this up here. So as a result of that, the first thing on here is it says he has a mild form of Asperger's disorder, okay? And you said even under current standards, that would be like you say level 1? Is that what you said?
I believe it would be level 1.
So still mild?
Compared to the continuum, yes.
Right, okay. I mean, and we understand it's a spectrum, but on the far end of one end of the spectrum, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so in the school, we talked about a lot of these records. Now, truthfully, ma'am, you didn't actually write up all these records, right?
Absolutely. No.
Okay. And you looked at these, but these are not actually your specific records.
That's true.
But you felt comfortable enough to be here to talk about some of the things that went on with the school and with Tanner based upon your interaction with him. Is that right?
In my recollection.
Okay. And so in this case here, and even though you just had that and had that interaction with him, your words earlier were that he was bright. Now, I think that's what you said, right?
I tried to change it a bit. Bright enough to function in a general education classroom.
Okay.
I don't remember what his IQ was and any of that. It was sufficient, so I misused the word bright.
Okay. And that's fine, but your definition was, when you used that term, was that he was able to be in a normal classroom.
A general education classroom.
Okay, I'm going to try to use the terms, okay? So he was able to be in a general education classroom?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I said normal.
That's fine, I understand.
And so as part of that, you said he still needed some support from the school, correct? And that, to your recollection, he got that support from the school.
Once he was in special education, yes.
Right. And then up and through when you did your 3-year review, he maintained that.
As far as I remember, yes.
But still in a general education classroom.
I don't remember that part. I don't know how much special education he was still involved in. It could have continued all the way through high school. I don't have any memory of that, or that wasn't addressed in any of the records.
Okay.
That, at least that I saw.
But based on what you're saying here, it wouldn't surprise you if he graduated high school normally.
Well, no, it wouldn't surprise me when you say normally. You can still graduate from high school and you have a lot of special education support. But I don't know what that looked like. You're right. Yes.
Now, during this time, it's my understanding that you had some contact with his grandmother. Is that right?
That's right.
And at that point in time, was that your point of contact for him?
With the family. It was. I understood. You want me to?
No, go ahead.
That his mother was in and out of his life, and that did cause him a lot of the grandmother felt like that was a big trigger for his emotions.
And so, as a result of this and what you did not get re-involved with Tanner Horner at any time after you did this.
No.
And I think you said that he was, and I'm gonna use one of my terms here, is he really wasn't on your radar in the school.
But that's true.
Okay, because you said there were some kids that you would, I think you said you would hear about.
Right. But in the office, when the other evaluators or other special education personnel would say, oh, you need to check on so-and-so, or this teacher might need you to talk with them, it would be that kind of a thing.
Right. He wasn't on that.
Not that I recall.
And so we worked through this. You talked about some of the records here. Do you remember in here, you said he was getting behavior improvement?
The class?
Yes, he was getting some form of behavior improvement training.
They were supposed to be providing social skills supports and training in the behavior improvement classroom. That's part of the program.
Okay. And to your knowledge, based on this, was he receiving those services?
Based on the program's standards, that's what should have been happening.
All right. And then you also said he had additional services outside the home,
The in-home training,
in addition to whatever he got in school.
correct.
And I think you said you didn't remember the details of it, you just remember that he got it.
And that I saw the summaries that the provider had written up about how some of the sessions had gone.
Okay. All right. And so, all right. Got a lot of information. Forgive me here. And when you looked at these records, did you note in here that some of the training and information and things he was getting were providing positive improvement for him with regard to his behavior?
I don't know that. That's a hard question. I'm assuming it provided some positive direction for him, but it's not a quick fix, any of these deficit areas. So we take a lot of training and repetition. So I'm sorry, I don't quite, maybe restate the question.
Okay.
Possibly.
Well, in some of these records, do you note that whatever training he is getting in his classroom is having positive results?
I don't remember seeing anything specifically from the classroom. The notes I remember seeing was from the in-home training. Now,
Okay.
maybe I didn't, I don't know, missed those
Well, let's just
notes.
talk about that then. So in
Okay.
the in-home training that he was getting, did you note in there that it was having a positive effect on him getting the in-home training?
There were times that he had a positive interaction with the in-home trainer when they would go out to the community. There were a couple of times, though, where he had some struggles, such as I believe there was one time when a friend was over or around and they were doing a game, and Tanner's mindset was that the game should be played a certain way, and that wasn't what was happening. So there was frustration level there, and that was one of the skills she was working with.
Right. And a lot of the stuff you're seeing here and some of the behavioral issues, they don't all have to be tied to autism, do they?
Think about that a second. I would say that with things like turn taking and learning to share and learning to cooperate with another, those are skills that are typically, we try to teach our preschoolers that. So essentially by elementary school, we should have a pretty good repertoire of what that looks like, and then you begin to make friendships. I believe that Tanner was late in developing those abilities. I don't want to say skills because I don't know how far he really got developing the skills. based on what services were provided. Because also, may I add one more thing?
Go ahead.
It's not just the school's responsibility to provide a lot of support for students with autism. The home environment is a big factor as well.
Well, and you said that his grandmother was active and communicating with you, correct?
Again, for my evaluation, not it wasn't a regular phone call here and there.
Well, in all these records, you don't have anything to indicate that she wasn't.
Correct, right.
Last thing I'm going to talk to you is you talked a little bit about lack of empathy, right?
Yes.
And lack of empathy doesn't always exist in individuals with autism, does it?
It looks different. They do. Many people with autism have empathy, but it may look different. So it's not really an all or nothing. It's more of a some do, some don't.
But there's other things that could cause that. Personality disorders, oppositional defiant disorder. There's other things that would cause some form of lack of empathy, right?
Well, I didn't have knowledge that those were factors that I would need to consider or look at the time.
Okay, but you'll agree with me, there's other conditions besides autism that could cause that.
Can cause trouble with
Lack of empathy, if it exists.
I agree.
So what it, and I just want to summarize here, what it seems like here is that at Azle ISD, they were providing him the services, to the best of your recollection, through the time that you quit seeing him, that he needed at that time, based on your recommendation.
Not based on my recommendation, based on that's the law. And they, for him to continue to receive those services, he had to have a need. So there was obviously still a need, so he was still receiving services to some degree. What degree that was, I can't talk about that because I don't know.
But at this point in time, he had you doing an evaluation in your capacity.
Mm-hmm.
He had a speech therapist
Should have,
working with him.
yeah,
He had a special classroom working to help him.
yes,
He had in-home stuff also working to help him.
right.
And I think you said there was another possible professional in there besides the ones I
Well,
listed?
I mentioned an occupational therapist, but I don't, there's nothing about that in the records, but that's one of the standard assessments typically.
It sounds like to me that he had a whole team working for him in school. Is that right?
I believe he did.
That's witness, Sean.
Redirect, and you may redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mary, I just wanted to clarify a few things. When you talk about the evaluation that a school district does for a student, is that a 20-minute check the box and go, or is it an extensive evaluation?
Well, every evaluation is different depending upon what you need to provide the data necessary to meet the criterion for the disorder or the disability. So, some are quicker than others. Autism is not typically a quick, easy evaluation.
Well, when you do an evaluation for autism, what is it that you're looking for?
You're looking for deficits in 3 areas.
And what are those 3 areas?
First areas,
Judge, I'll object. She's again providing expert testimony. She's not been designated as an expert to provide that testimony.
All right, objection is overruled. You may have a running objection. Go ahead.
You talked about the 3 areas.
I
What
can
were those
answer.
areas?
Language, social relating, and emotional responses, and then sensory and specialized interests.
What is it about those specific areas that why is it important to look for deficits in those areas?
Those are the pillar markers of autism, so you would expect to find deficits in all three areas to some degree.
And if there are no deficits in all three of those areas, would that result still in a finding of autism?
Not necessarily.
So in order to have that diagnosis, would you have to have deficits in those areas?
Yes, you should have deficits in all three areas.
And even if the diagnosis is considered mild, does that still mean there are deficits there?
That still means there are deficits.
When we talk about students with autism, what type of symptoms would you expect to see in those students?
Well, again, it's a very wide range depending upon the severity, their intellectual level, how many impairments they have in each of the areas. Having language is a positive thing, but it's more limited. So you might not see as much with that in the language area to the untrained eye, and even the trained eye may have to provide special assessment tools to really get an assessment of how big the deficit is. And that's why I talk about pragmatic language. Speech therapists work very hard at providing a lot of information for assessments, and I wish we had one of those. I'd be curious myself about that. The social relating piece and emotional response was obviously a big one for Tanner, because I think the behavior disruption was probably one of the reasons he was initially evaluated back at his very first evaluation. And I don't think he was initially identified until he was about 9. So something was showing up in him that they weren't sure what was going on, and they had this evaluation, and he met all three of the pillars, even the sensory or the special interests. I don't remember what his special interests were, if he had any. So he did meet that eligibility. So there was something going on that was significant enough that he did meet that criteria, and not until he was 9. But that is not that unusual for people with language. Their behaviors can be misunderstood, and it can look like oppositional defiance, but maybe there's something driving that behavior.
Well, let's talk about oppositional defiance. During your evaluation of Tanner, did you diagnose him with oppositional defiance disorder?
No.
Did you diagnose him with any personality disorder?
No, but that was not my task. My task was to look at a 3-year reevaluation specifically for autism.
If you had seen anything that could lead to a diagnosis of ODD or personality disorder, is that something that you would have noted?
Yes, if I saw anything that led me to believe it wasn't autism, but also some of those conditions are not easily identified until the student or a person is a little bit older in life. Oppositional defiant disorder, they're usually consistently oppositional and defiant, not just in this environment and not in that environment. It's a pretty global behavior.
So if someone has oppositional defiance disorder, you would tend to see it would be a common occurrence.
It would be very common, I believe. I'm not an expert in that disorder.
Okay. Then I won't ask you any other questions on ODD.
Okay.
But you had talked previously about sensory overloads.
Yeah.
Explain to the jury what a sensory overload is.
Well, again, sadly, we don't really have any, at least documentation, or I don't have a memory of what Tanner had sensory-wise, but I know in general there are many sensory indicators that students struggle with, and that can be you know, the visual, the lights, the hum of the speakers. It could be just too much action going on in the classroom, which is very common. It could be, that's why we also do a lot of observation in the PE, physical education, and in the lunchroom, because there's a lot going on in those environments. And students can get very agitated in those environments if they have deficits in the sensory area, if they get overloaded with that kind of, with those issues.
Well, with regards to noise overload, is it uncommon in your experience to have people who are autistic like music?
Oh, no, it's not uncommon.
And music can get loud. So how would you be able to reconcile playing, you know, loud raucous music and versus having a sensory overload due to noise? Well,
again, I'm not an audiologist, but I believe it makes sense that it gets into a different part of the brain. If there's an interest an autistic person has in a particular thing, could be music, they might get even, they might need more input from that particular, whatever, like, I'm trying to think of, OTs would say that some students need extra pressure because they just lack that, they need that. So it could be that a person that is super interested, had a high interest in music, could listen to it in a loud volume, but yet they, in a classroom of, you know, tapping and pencils moving or people clearing their throat and the lights and the hums, it's a different sensory load. It addresses a different part of the brain.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. State.
And we talked just a little bit about sensory overload here. You're not saying that you didn't test Tanner for that. You don't know anything about if he's affected by that.
Right, and that's typically the occupational therapist who looks at sensory issues.
And that, you said, it could be things you said within a classroom and things of that nature.
Could be in a classroom, could be in the lunchroom, PE room, and the art room. It could be at many places.
And you said that's a sensory problem, right?
It could be.
And he said everything from tapping to noise, maybe someone screaming.
Well, someone screaming, you would think would be a little...
You would think would create some form of sensory issue.
I don't know that I can answer that. I was thinking, focusing on educationally, what would be some sensory issues that would impair him.
And the last thing I'm going to ask you about, in the first couple of pages, you've got your records there in front of you, right?
Yes.
And even as, I'm going to turn you to page, I think it's the fourth page in here. Back in 2002, there's a note even as far back as 2002 where it says behavior reported by parents. You see that on there?
Page 4?
Yeah, the fourth page, and I think what you have.
It's a checklist?
Yeah, it looks like this. 10-2-02, behavior assessment intervention plan.
Oh, yes, I see it.
And it says here, behaviors back in 2002 reported by parents, quick to anger, is that right?
Yes.
And then also reported by school staff, quick to anger.
Yeah, I see that.
And then as we flip through these pages, you'll agree with me after your review, there's several indications where that Tanner has indicated even as far back as 2002 that he's got anger issues.
Correct.
That's what Ms. Shaw.
Ms. Anderson?
Is it uncommon for people with autism to be quick to anger?
Again, every person with autism is different, but I would say it's not uncommon.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. State?
Nothing further on.
May this witness be excused?
It's fine
No
with the state.
objections.
Thanks, ma'am. Leave those there. Okay, I'm gonna do some things with the lawyers that involve the rest of the afternoon, so I'm gonna send you home, okay? We'll see you in the morning, 9 o'clock, okay? Yeah, we're done. Okay. We're done, everybody, thank you.
And Judge, we do need to put something on the
Oh,
record.
go ahead.
We just wanted to note for the record that for the last several days, I believe beginning this week, there have been protesters outside the courtroom, or outside, I'm sorry, the courthouse, holding signs that say execute Tanner Horner. And jurors are coming in. We don't know if they've been exposed to this. There have been posts all over Facebook with pictures of this person. I know people are not supposed to be looking at the news, but I honestly, I don't know what can be done. I think we need additional admonitions to the jurors about social media and things of that nature, because it has been posted and reposted. I have noticed that Facebook has been taking some of it down, but it's going up.